Alright, well, hello everyone. And welcome to more welcome to Final Fantasy 14. I was gonna say more Final Fantasy 14, which I mean is true, I suppose, because you know we have done other FF14. Either way, the point is that we're playing some 14, you know? And the new dungeon and trial and raid and all that are out. So I'm excited to give those a try. So I figure, like usual, we'll start off with all of the new, like, storyline stuff. And then after the storyline, we'll see how much time we have and decide if we want to jump into the raids. There'll probably be separate VODs regardless, because that's, you know, how I've been doing it. So, you know. With the winds, Alphinaud has something he wishes to tell you. Alright, here we go. Patch 7.4, Into the Mist.
カリクスとの戦いを経て黒いレギュレーターをめぐる混乱は収束したと言えそうだね。希望者に対する個人の記憶変換もつつがなく進んでいる。
And of course, if you know this is your first time watching, I do Japanese voice acting because it's just better.
こうしてアレクサンドリアに平穏が訪れる。
In my opinion.
皆に話しておきたいことがあるんだ。
私とアルフィノはそろそろトラル大陸を断とうと思っているの。第9世界から転移してきたアレクサンドリアのことを各国へ伝えに行くためにもね。それを終えたらまたガレマルドの復興を手伝うつもりよ。こっちで得た経験や学んだこと、考えたことをしっかり活かしながらね。
Understandable.
だが未だ気がかりな問題が残っている。カリクスはイデアを創造し神下ろしを成した。アシエンの介入があったことは疑いようもない。だとすればこの国での動向を調べておく必要はあるだろ
う。その件に関してはこちらに残る面々で探っておくわ。麻痺症状とテンパードの治療にも区切りがついて、私も次の調査に移ろうと思っていたところだし。
ありがとう。どうかよろしく頼むよ。何かあればすぐに連絡してくれ。
お、
俺だ。トライアラから出発するところなんだが、沖の船へ向かう前に一応連絡をと思ってな。
Everybody's leaving Tyrol.
ま、
Understandable.
旅を続けてればどこかで会うこともあるだろうさ。
Honestly, look after yourselves. You could have let me know in time to see you off, right?
そっちは相変わらず忙しくしてるんじゃないのか。わざわざ見送りなんて。で、おい、やめろ。急に何を。
いや、割り込んじまって悪いな。ここを離れる前に一報入れるって言うから感心してたら、本当に連絡するだけしてとっとと船に乗ろうとしやがった。私がこの水くせえ白状者を足止めしとくからさ。出港まで時間もあるし、みんなで見送りに来てやってくれよ。
はあ。
もうエレンビルさんたらラマチが引き止めてくれてよかったわ。
せっかくだから私たちも彼と同じ船に乗るとしようか。3人での船旅というのもなかなか楽しそうだ。
はあ？荷造り終わってないんですけど。
君のことだ。ある程度はまとめてあるのだろ。
もう仕方ないわね。分かったわよ。急いでやればいいんでしょ。で、ユルスたちへのお土産はどうするのよ。
ああ、それならいくつか見繕っている。
あの二人、なんだかんだで息の合った兄弟よね。
Definitely being more animated in the cutscenes now.
ついでに伝えておくと、俺とクルル、それとヤシトラはもうしばらくこっちに残るつもりなんだ。
目的はもちろん例の鍵の調査よ。あなたたちが捜索したプリザベーションの研究施設に手がかりがあったのでしょ。
施設のことはシェールさんが再調査を進めているはずよ。まずはその状況を確認するところからかしら。エレンビルたちの見送りにはきっとシェールも行きたがると思うんだ。調査状況を聞きがてら彼女のことを誘ってみようよ。
Quest accepted. Alright. So let us go speak with Shale in that case. Off to the Neon Stain. Of course, if I... No? Thought if I scrolled down here, I'd see the Arcadian quest, but... Huh. I wonder where that... Oh, over here. That's right. Of course it's over there. That's where it ended last time. So... To the back room! What news, Cassandra? Can't imagine you brought an entourage along to simply say hello. That eager to be on their way, are they? Sorry, my phone was going off, so I was checking what all was beeping. I'll join you. I owe them thanks on behalf of Oblivion, after all. And I thought you would protest against being parted from your work. While I am curious to see what emerges once every piece of the puzzle's in place, the majority of the files we've unearthed are encrypted. There's little else I can do until the computer's finished with them. Besides, unlike our friends, Containment Complex 1029 isn't going anywhere. In other words, we won't be getting any answers tonight. Afraid not. It's going to be a while yet. Then, shall we depart for Tulial forthwith? Even Lamachki's strength has its limits. Without further delay, then. Alright. Let's go into Dawntrail and head off to Tulial in that case. That's the wrong place. Actually, where am I supposed to be going? I Tide Harbor. Ah! Down there. Oh, yeah. I see it now. Okay. That was not where I was expecting to go, so I was very confused. I wish you all would not make such a fuss. Not fond of emotional partings. At least Elfino and LSA were considerate enough to inform me of their plans in advance by link trail. Some people we know would have burst out of a crate mid-voyage. In any event, I shall wait here until they finish their preparations. My freaking hair is being a bother. Sorry.
すっかり元気そうね。怪我が後を引いてないようでよかったわ。
おかげさまでな。政務の方にも復帰し始めたとこだ。
それは忙しそうだね。コーナ王とグルージャも元気にしているのかい？
コーナ兄さんは視察で国内を巡ることになってさ。今後の政策を考えるためにも各地で意見交換をする予定だ。で、グルージャは早速剣の稽古に励んでるぜ。私といる時間より幽連隊に混ざってる時間の方がよっぽど長いくらいだ。
Oh, I bought a new controller recently. I'm hoping that this one won't continuously, randomly disconnect like the last one did. So I just got it in literally today.
この場所に立つとトライオラに到着した日を思い出すね。継承の儀がもう随分と前のことのようだよ。
そこから始まったんだよな。親父とゾラージャ兄さんのことも。継承の儀の協力者として来てもらってからここまでいろいろと力を貸してくれてありがとな。私はいやトライオラ連王国はお前らから返しきれねえほどたくさんの恩を受けた。だからさ、困ったことがあったら頼ってくれよな。トライオラはいつだってお前らの味方だ。
私も改めてお礼を伝えさせて。目覚めたばかりの私に寄り添ってくれてとても心強かった。 何よりアレクサンドリアへ手を差し伸べてくれたこと感謝してもしきれないぐらいだよ。それから長年私たちを苦しめてきた病を癒してくれて本当にありがとう。必ずまたこっちに来るわ。二人もみんなもどうか元気でね。
俺がウクラマトに紹介したばっかりに迷惑をかけたな。
Well. All things considered.
オタクが手を貸してくれたからこそ、俺はもう一度あいつと向き合う機会を得られた。世界中を隅々まで旅して未知の生き物を一つでも多く見つける。だから感謝してる。それじゃそろそろ行くか。
And off they go. Truly the end of one story
タタルがこち
and
ら
the
のことを
beginning
心
of
配している
another.
ようだったから、船が向こうに着いたら彼女のところにも寄っておくよ。
ええ、そうしてあげてちょうだい。あなたたちの顔を見たらタタルも安心できるでしょうから。
皆さんどうかお気をつけて。それから良い旅を。
カフキワが世話になった。オブリビオンの連中にもよろしく伝えてくれ。
And off they go.
また会おうな。元気でね。
よし、無事に出発を見届けられたし、私も自分の仕事に戻るとするか。
お互い頑張ろうね、ウクラマト。
またこっちに来た時にでも改めてトライオラを案内させてくれ。お前らとの旅は本当に終わっちまったんだな。
Not yet. We still got one more patch.
私はこの旅を一生忘れない。
So we got one more patch of Tyrol after this.
ああ、ウクラマト様発見。
Eh?
幽霊隊の人たちが探してたよ。そろそろ訓練を始めるんだって。
そりゃ大変だ。教えてくれてありがとよ。
早く行かないと武王が立ち会いをしに来るってみんな張り切ってるんだから。
じゃあそういうわけだからまたな。
Bye, Wook. Bye-bye, Wukulamat. Yeah, Square Enix definitely upped the budget because they're very more. They're like the cutscenes are way more animated than they have been. Into the mist. Oh boy. Now it's our turn to take the next step. Question is, in what direction? That is a matter I should like to discuss with you. Yay! Finally some Creel storyline. Erenville was added to the Unending Codex. Ooh. Oh, a lot of stuff was. Oblivion, a resistance organization first established during the time of Old Alexandria. Its founders were Creel's birth parents, Robor and Alayla, former members of Preservation who opposed Calyx's plan to invade other worlds. Once the then infant Creel was targeted for experimentation, the researcher couple seized the key to interdimensional fusion and used it to deliver both the artifact and their child to the source, to keep them safe from the enemy. They vanished from record thereafter, but their endless incarnations later encountered in living memory. Deprived of their founders, Oblivion effectively ceased to be, until decades later when its secret headquarters, now known as the Backroom, was discovered by Quechua and her followers. Although detailed information pertaining to the key had been erased, Quechua, strongly believing in Oblivion's purpose, re-established the organization under its original name. With the Yasuani native at the helm, its members set out to thwart King of Resolve Zeralja's ambitions for conquest. Regulator, an electrope device issued to the citizens of Alexandria. The Regulator boasts various remarkable capabilities. Chief among them is the ability to resurrect the wearer by imbuing them with life force extracted from other souls in the event of unanticipated death. This has allowed the people to live out the span of their natural lives, provided they have sufficient surplus souls. By way of a similar mechanism, souls can also be harnessed to temporarily enhance one's physical prowess. This usage being common among those in dangerous occupations, such as soldiers, hunters, and arena fighters. Additionally, Regulators have the ability to manipulate the wearer's memories, a function that serves twofold purposes. To remove old memories pertaining to death, thereby sparing Alexandrians the fear of mortality, and to preserve the members of the departed as data. This data would thence be used in the creation of an endless version of the individual. Such a powerful and ubiquitous device, however, could be misused by those with influence. This was made evident with the Neo-Regulators, whose adoption Calyx encouraged by having the stimulant, an impostor of the fallen Queen of Reason, declare that only their wearers could become endless. By concurrently limiting the device's availability, Calyx cultivated heightened terror towards death among the populace, terror which he exploited to manifest the dread primal Necron. Following Calyx's defeat, the government of Alexandria took steps to unlock the memories of the departed within citizens who so desired. What Regulators have taken away, Regulators shall restore. Erenville, former Gleaner. Born to Quechua in the Yasulani region of Tural, Erenville was raised to appreciate the wonders of the natural world, the wild creatures which dwell within it being the primary focus of his education. His Shatona mother, loving parent and demanding mentor both, set her child the task of discovering the legendary City of Gold ere she would consider his tutelage complete. Once fully grown, a determined Aaronville thus traveled to Old Charlayan to gain the wisdom and experience necessary to complete this daunting challenge. Yet even as he mastered a gleaner's practical duties, capturing many a beast across many a land, he came to believe the Golden City was nothing more than myth, a tale to inspire and impress children. A pivotal event in Tuliol, however, would change Aaronville's mind. Known as the Right of Succession, this contest was to decide the heir to Dawn Servant Galul Zizah's throne. The Gleaner's childhood friend and third promise of Tuliolal, Wuklamat, announced her participation as a claimant and enlisted his assistance in the search for a mighty champion who could help secure her victory. In response to this request, Aaronville introduced her to the Eorzean hero he met during the chaos of the final days. The young Shatona also agreed to return with them to Tural and act as guide, and in so doing unknowingly set himself on a path towards the goal he had long ago dismissed as impossible fantasy. For once they arrived, he learned that the contest's ultimate objective was to seek out the long-hidden City of Gold. With the aid of her Eorzean allies, Wuklamat performed the myriad feats required of her by the Dawn Servant's electors, and after a long and arduous road did she and her companions at last descend into the sky-deep cenote and reach the gate to the Golden City. Thus did the third promise win the contest and claim the throne in both her and her brother Koana's name. Afterwards, Aaronville sought to return home and inform his mother of the task's completion, only to witness the sudden appearance of a mysterious dome encapsulating Yasulani. An army of mechanical soldiers issued forth from within to launch an assault on Tuliolal, an event which led to Aaronville accompanying Wuklamat on a mission to infiltrate the dome itself. Once inside, this unnatural fusion of his home and another world, in which 30 years had somehow passed in the blink of an eye. Aaronville encountered an odd machine that introduced itself with his mother's name. During the decade she had been isolated from the source, Kashua had been leading a revolutionary group known as Oblivion in a fight against Wuklamat's adoptive brother Zeralja, in an attempt to frustrate his plans for invasion. Aaronville worked alongside Kashua and her resistance fighters to topple the King of Resolve, and in doing so learned a sad truth. His mother, whom he believed to be controlling her machine avatar remotely, had already perished, and been recreated from her memories as one of the Endless. After the final bittersweet moments they spent together in living memory, Aaronville vowed to carry on Kashua's life work, to travel the world and catalog creatures yet undiscovered. He would board a ship bound for distant shores, not as a gleaner, but as a man in pursuit of a new dream. Wuklamat's vow of resolve of Tuliolal. Though born to the Zabrax Rax, an incident in Wuklamat's earliest years prompted her father to enlist her to the care of the Dawn Servant. After an assassin from an enemy tribe attempted to kill her by pushing her into a cenote, Hunmu Rook, fearing further attempts, made a show of mourning his daughter's death, even as Galul Zizah quietly adopted her into the royal household under a different name. Wuklamat grew to adulthood alongside her new brothers, Zeralja and Koana, never knowing her true sire's identity. As third promise, Wuklamat competed for the Dawn Servant's throne in the Right of Succession. With the help of a formidable entourage, which included Eorzea's own champion, she passed through all the lands of Tuliolal, learning the history, culture, and hopes of the people she encountered. In so doing, did she cultivate her worthiness as a ruler, and ultimately seize victory despite expectations to the contrary. Much to the delight of her adoptive father, Galulja, the vow of resolve chose to rule jointly with her brother Koana, Yet the beginning of their reign was not all joyous celebration. Scarcely had they registered the abrupt appearance of an immense dome in Dawntrail when Zoralja emerged to invade Tulialal at the head of a mechanical army. Full many Tirali lost their lives in the ensuing violence, not least of which was Galul Jaja himself. So it was that Wiklamat, obligated by both familial and official duty, made plans to sally forth and settle matters with her estranged sibling. Joining with her Eorzean allies once more, the vow of resolve broke into the dome and infiltrated the kingdom of Alexandria. I freaking hate reading. It's so difficult to do. Eventually laying Zoralja low with the aid of local revolutionaries. Yet an even greater threat lurked behind the fallen king. It was revealed that Sven, who served Alexandria as the Queen of Reason, was plotting to drain the life energies of other worlds to sustain her endless subjects. Hesitant to fight someone she once considered an ally, Wiklamat nevertheless confronted and defeated the coldly logical Queen Eternal, preventing her from sacrificing further lives for the sake of the dead. At the culmination of their battle, Wiklamat made a promise to the Endless Sven, the manifestation of the ancient queen's memories, that she would protect the kingdom of Alexandria. Determined as she was to keep this oath, the vow of resolve found herself drawn into a conflict with Calyx. His unrivaled genius had been responsible for creating the Endless. She would meet the Sven of ages past, awoken from 400 years of stasis, and together with their comrades, prevail against Calyx and his summoned Primal. Thus did Wiklamat help ensure peace not only for Tyrol, but also for the kingdom she had sworn to preserve. Goanna, Vow of Reason. Second to inherit the title of Vow of Reason, Goanna was born to a clan of nomadic Hetsaro in the heart of Lozendhieta. Though raised by protective parents, he was seemingly abandoned in the wilds as a child, and it was only by the mercy of a passing Pelu peddler that Goanna survived. From his surrogate caregiver, he learned the trade that would become his livelihood, or so he thought. For as he gained recognition as a stallkeeper in the capital, the meeting with the Dawn Servant eventually led to his adoption. So it was that an orphan child became the second promise of Tulialal, as much a son to Galul Jaja as his own flesh and blood, Zoralja. Before long, they were joined by Wiklamat, the third promise. Seeing in his new sister a reflection of his own hardships, Goanna swore to ensure she grew up in happiness and safety. Goanna blossomed in the privileged environment of the palace, his thirst for knowledge overflowing the bounds of Tyrol and bearing him across the salt to Charlayan. He absorbed the studium's latest technological advancements, and no sooner had he returned home than he began advising his father to introduce new infrastructure, such as dirigibles and locomotives, to better the lives of all Tulialans. To those who prize innovation above all, the young prince was a vehicle for a progressive future, and so Goanna gained a following of similarly young and forward-thinking souls. When the time came to compete for the throne and the right of succession, he recruited the Archons Thancred and Urianger, bringing to bear the fruits of his education and natural ingenuity to complete feats with ease. However, in the course of his journey, Goanna met with myriad peoples who held their traditions in the highest, leading him to question if his singular focus on innovation would best serve their interests. Recognizing that his sister, unwavering in her desire to bring happiness to Tulialal, was the worthiest candidate, Goanna renounced his claim and fought alongside Wiklamat during her final feat, ensuring she ascended as Dawn Servant. To his surprise, one of Wiklamat's first acts of office was to appoint him as Vow of Reason, as she assumed the title of Vow of Resolve. Thus did the siblings carry on their two-headed father's legacy as Dawn Servant to the nation of Tulialal. Kawana's abilities as a ruler were soon tested by the greatest threats in Tulialal's founding, the surprise attack by the nation of Alexandria. Acting swiftly and decisively, he secured an alliance with Radzat Han, calling Vitra's dragonkin to the skies of Tyrol to help repel a second Alexandrian assault. Grow as he might as man and leader, the abandonment Kawana suffered as a child continued to weigh upon him, until an errand brought him to Mewat Het-Soan. There he learned of a tragedy that had befallen his kinsmen some 20 years ago, when a runic reaver devastated the camp in Lozinheta. Only by a couple's act of sacrifice did any survive, leaving their young son in the care of their clan. They pushed through the chaos of the night and straight towards the ravening beast, acting as decoys to buy time for the others' escape. Alas, when dawn arrived, none could find the couple's child, who remained missing to that day. Although definitive proof would forever elude him, Kawana knew in his heart that that selfless couple had been his parents. While the knowledge did not make up for their absence in his formative years, something within him nonetheless shifted. An unresolved torment finally laid to rest. Saralja, King of Resolve of Alexandria. As a warrior raised by the great uniter of the Tyroli and miraculous offspring of a two-headed Mamulja, the first promise was ever the subject of lofty expectations. The resilient son, as the people proclaimed him, well understood the fate into which he had been born. Day after day he trained, avoiding distraction and temptation in his pursuit of martial excellence. Ever did he strive to become the perfect heir to the Dawn Servant. Ever did he endeavor to eclipse the legacy of his father, the one whom he respected above all others. He seemed destined for the throne, should he but stay the course, until the right of succession. Saralja was not only bested by Galul Zajar's shade during the contest, but further compounded his failure when he assaulted an elector and was summarily disqualified. The ultimate victory would go to his adoptive sister, Wiklamat, who ascended to the position of Dawn Servant alongside their sibling Kawana. Saralja had devoted his entire life to claiming the throne, and the anguish of the singular defeat shattered his proud spirit. In the wake of these events, his ever-present aide, Sarilja, helped him obtain the key to interdimensional fusion, which the disgraced promise used to open a gate to another world. Through this portal, he came into contact with Queen Sven of Alexandria, and with her forged a pact. Their strategic alliance... God, seriously. The strategic alliance gave rise to a new kingdom, a realm in which he crowned himself the King of Resolve, first of his name. Saralja spent the next 30 years within the time-shifted dome, utilizing advanced electrope technology to augment Alexandria's military and devising plans to invade the world outside. When all was in readiness, he led his forces in an assault upon his old homeland of Tulialal. His entire life, Saralja had sought to surpass his renowned father, yet even after slaying his sire with the aid of a regulator, the deed brought no peace to his troubled soul. What worth now his vaunted that's what it says. Unable to find an answer to this question, he lost faith in his own indomitable might and turned to consuming the souls of his Alexandrian subjects. But despite gorging upon such power, his dream of attaining unrivaled strength died along with him as he fell before Eorzea's hero and her determined comrades. Gululja, Prince of Alexandria. The child born from a bargain struck between Alexandria's King of Resolve and his subordinate Tishalja. Cast into the Drift Downs by his mother, he was rescued from the wastes of heritage found by members of the resistance group Oblivion. As Kashua, leader of Oblivion, beheld the nameless Hubigo boy bearing blue scales, she gifted him a name, as his parents had not, one of strength, compassion, and perseverance, the name of a dawn servant, Gululja. Between the boy's unique coloring and the fact that Zeralja was the sole male Mamulja in Alexandria, there was no doubt as to Gululja's parentage. All knew the king had begotten a prince, just as they knew the prince had been discarded. Fortunately, Otis, the erstwhile Lord Captain of Alexandria's Royal Knights turned mechanical soldier, was eager to assume the role of father figure, showering the boy with love and kindness that his sire had denied him. Though through Otis's lessons, Gululja honed his survival skills, and through his own study of electrope, the young Mamulja gained an impressive understanding of the ubiquitous technology. When the Warrior of Light's entourage arrived in the dome, Gululja met his father's adoptive sister, Wuklamat. This encounter kindled a desire for family within the boy, and with it a growing desire to learn more of the man who had sired him. Alas, the King of Resolve later turned upon the people he was obligated to protect, slaughtering Alexandrians and harvesting their souls to feed his insatiable lust for power. When father and son were at last reunited, Gululja's desperate pleas failed to temper Zeralja's rage, and he could only watch as his father was brought to justice. In death, Zeralja bequeathed the king's authority to the child he had never acknowledged in life. After considerable thought, Gululja accepted the heavy crown and resolved to care for the people his father had forsaken. Under the tutelage of Shale, one of Oblivion's adapters, Gululja continued his studies of electrope, and his talents proved invaluable during the Warrior of Light's battle against Calyx. However, the young monarch felt responsible for the scientist's seizure and abuse of the king's authority. He vowed to grow strong, taking up the blade and steeling himself for the rigorous training he would undertake in Tulialal. Yet Gululja would not blindly follow in his father's footsteps, but rather choose his own path. Even now, he looked to those who changed his life for guidance. Otis and the Warrior of Light, but two of many. Ugh. Reading is difficult. Through the thunder, Creel has a proposal to make. If I may, I think it prudent to discuss our future plans elsewhere. We are liable to hinder the dock workers here if we linger. Perhaps the beach would be a more appropriate venue. Like, when I read, it's like the letters just become fuzzy, and it's hard to, like, look at them.
本当に自然が豊かだね。
どこまでも続く広大な海に日々様変わりする空だ。初めて目の当たりにした時は心底驚きましたよ。記録の中でしか知らないものばかりでしたから。それに空と海の境、水平線でしたか。あれの先にも人が暮らす土地があるなんて不思議な心地です。
私たちはトラル大陸出身ではないから、まさにあの水平線の向こうから来たのよ。 って思っていたのだけどね。クルルは私やシェールと同じ第9世界って呼ばれてるところの出身だったんだよね。当たり前に生きてきたこの世界ではない別の世界の出身だなんて聞かされても最初は実感がなかったわ。だけどリビングメモリーでドア人となった両親に出会ってようやく当事者としての自覚が芽生えたというか、目覚めた時の私と同じだね。みんなが聞かせてくれた話に対して実感が湧いたのは街を歩いて自分自身で体感した時だったから。それ以来自分の出自とちゃんと向き合うためにも第9世界やミララ族のことをもっと知りたいと思っていたの。鍵の調査を進めていけばおのずとそうなるんじゃないかとも考えていたのだけれど、研究施設の再調査にはまだ時間が必要って話だったでしょ。だから改めて別の方向から第9世界について調べてみてもいいかしら。
俺は異論なしだ。これから何を調べるにしてもあの世界に関する知識は役に立つはずだからな。
私も同意見よ。アシエンの痕跡を探るためというのはもとより個人的な好奇心としても興味をそそられるもの。
そういうことなら私も協力できると思う。あっちの世界のことなら説明できることもあるし。もともとのアレクサンドリアはあっちの霧の大陸って呼ばれてる場所にあったんだ。
The Mist Continent。
その全土を巻き込んだ戦いがみんなも知ってる来航大戦。大国が次々に崩壊していく中で最後まで国の体裁を保てたのは
I see。
確か来航大戦の末期、世界的に雷属
Hence
性が強
the
まって
whole
各地で
Into the Mist。
戦争による勝敗というよりその災害で他国は崩壊した。城から持ち帰ってきた本にもそんな話が書かれていたな。
アレクサンドリアの城下町もただでは済まなくて、オーティスと一緒に飛空艇でみんなの救助に向かったんだけど、結局少なくない犠牲が出てしまったんだ。
I indeed remember that from the Alexandria dungeon。
そんな環境下で生きるために私たちの国は障壁の中へと引きこもった。ただガバメントの出入国管理システムによるとほんのわずかではあるけど障壁の外と行き来する人もいたみたい。アレクサンドリアの他にも人里が残っていたということ？私、ドームの外は災害の影響で崩壊してしまって人が生きられない環境になったとばかり。
僕も記録で見た程度ですが、災害直後はまさしく壊滅状態だったようですよ。そこからあえて障壁の外で暮らすことを選んだ人たちが何を思いどれほどの苦労をしたのかは想像を絶するものがあります。
災害から400年以上、今の時代まで残り続けている集落があるとすればどうにか生活は確立できているんだろうけど。
アレクサンドリアが原初世界に来てしまった以上、霧の大陸の現状はわからないわね。
どうにかして確認する方法はないものかしら。リビングメモリーは第9世界に取り残されている。あそこから昇降機や転移装置で地上へ降りられたらいいのだけど。
That's true.
エバーキープ周辺がこちらへ転移してなお上空にあるのなら、もともとあの層は浮遊してた。
だとしたら物理的に仮想とつながっていなくても行き来できる移動手段があるかもしれないか。
現地の機械兵は設備のメンテナンスも担ってるはずです。スペーン様から彼らに問い合わせれば何か聞けるかもしれませんね。
そういうわけで行ってみる？
Alright, alright.
可能性があるのならぜひお願いしたいわ。できればあなたにも来てもらえると心強いのだけれど、同行を頼んでもいいかしら。
I wouldn't miss it for 2 worlds. I'd hate to see you obliterated by some lightning beast. Anything for you, just say the word. Seriously. You're like legitimately my favorite character.
ありがとう。そう言ってもらえるととっても嬉しいわ。
Like legitimately. You're my favorite character. So yes. Literally anything for you because it's Krill. I love Krill. Krill is awesome. She's literally voiced by my freaking favorite Japanese voice actress. Now that's settled, I'd best be off. Still need to check for decryption errors periodically, so I can only step away for so long. With luck, I'll have plenty to share the next time we meet. Until then. Let the rest of us make ready for a potential foray and meet at Lanode Memo. Menemo? I don't know how to say that. Mnemonic? I mean, freaking our currency is freaking whatever that word is. So, what? Nemo. Mnemonic. Mnemonic? Mnemonic. I'm looking at the dictionary right now. To try and, figure this out. I'm looking at the dictionary. The word means assisting or intending to assist with memory or of or relating to memory. So, that makes sense. It's freaking mnemonic. Mnemonic?
Mnemonic.
Mnemonic. I realized that there was a button for pronunciation.
Mnemonic.
Mnemonic. So Nemo. Nema? Nemo? Nema? The point is, it's memory. So, that's interesting. Elgon tomestones were mathematics and now mnemonics. Very interesting. I am going to teleport to Lade Node Nemo, and then I will be right back. I wanted to get a drink, and then as I was getting a drink, there was food, and so I grabbed food. That was a lot of people just there. That was just a lot of people that all came in all at once. That's really funny. It's nice to see the place all lit up again. You know? Now that it being lit up and, you know, working and stuff isn't a terrible thing, you know? It's nice. This music sounds very Kingdom Hearts-esque. Feels like something you'd hear in like Twilight Town. Welcome to Living Memory LI Tour, Majesty. How may I help you? The clerk has made itself available to answer our questions. Clerk PX0093. If one wished to descend to the surface from here, how would they typically do so? Living Memory is currently detached from Everkeep and is operating independently while supported by its aerial suspension systems. Thus, both lift and Lanode-based transit is currently unavailable. I apologize for the inconvenience. Despite its ability to retain a loft, perhaps Living Memory was never intended to function in this state indefinitely. If so, we're out of luck. Not necessarily. Lifts and Lanodes were likely the preferred modes of transportation, but that does not preclude the existence of others. In the event of an emergency, how would one evacuate this facility? Consulting emergency systems. Living Memory's airship remains prepared to deploy should evacuation be necessary. Would Your Majesty like to appropriate it? An airship? Yes, please, as soon as is possible. With Your Majesty's authorization, the vessel can be readied for launch without delay. Allow me a moment to execute the bypass protocols. What? What you want, kitty cat? Hmm? What? I really need to figure out what happened to my cat cam. It's somewhere around here. I just don't know where. Here. Want food? You have plenty of it. Come here. No? Okay. She was sitting off to the side staring at me. So Safety tests have been successfully completed, setting the Gate of Remembrance as initial destination. Vessel is en route. Warlock Grimoire. Warlock Grimoire 2. Interesting. Sorry, just Cobalt Press doing their advent calendar. And that's just what popped up all of a sudden. Is that my ship? It was purpose-built for living memory. However, it was modeled after the vessel Your Majesty used during the Storm Surge era. A replica. Still, it does me good to see it. I will deploy the gangway for boarding. This way, please. You know, so they don't have to actually model anything. Don't have to model the door opening or anything like that. In order to reach the surface, we must pass through the storm clouds. I advise you to brace for turbulence. Oh boy. So we're gonna get our first journey to the 9th. This is exciting. I guess I didn't fully realize that living memory was still on the 9th itself. Whoa. Oh my. It's a flood of lightning. That was a really good shot, by the way. Whoa. It's a good thing we brought these. That ward Alisay gave me is reacting. So not to the extent of the 13th. The etheric imbalance here is severe indeed. It does serve to impress upon one the marvel of the barrier. Lightning in Heritage Found is tame by comparison. So this place has been completely consumed by lightning. Land where 11 reigns. Nothing but lightning, man. Alexandrian Crater. Wow. A sobering sight, to say the least. But I shan't turn back now that we've come this far. Beyond the mountains. Despite the ominous landscape and persistent echoes of thunder, Creel is determined to press on. Mistwake! It's dungeon time! There are no structures, nor any other sign of survivors that I can see. I suspect the crater made this area unsuitable for habitation due to the increased risk of flooding. Then we should look further afield. Which direction do you think we might find a settlement? If we're at the edge of Alexandrian territory now, the closest city would be Trino. Should it survive, as a city-state built on a harbor, it was a nexus of trade, and it remained neutral throughout the war. We Alexandrians always felt fortunate to have it our neighborhood, so to speak. Not unlike our Radzatan. Yes, Elfenau has spoken of Radzatan before. It's near the South Sea Isles, the Milala homeland, correct? Funnily enough, it was also Trino where the Milala first found a home in our world. Truly? Yes, and though the Milala population elsewhere grew, most continued to feel a strong connection to the city. I'd like to think that some remain here to this day. Cleric PX0093, is the ship capable of taking us to Trino? I shall run a flight simulation for the route to Trino. One moment. Simulation complete. There's a near 100% probability that the ship would suffer catastrophic mechanical failure prior to arrival due to ambient lightning. My apologies. Oh, well, thank you for checking. If we cannot fly, then we shall have to walk. Trino lies beyond the mountains, but there should be routes to spare us having to climb. That cave system, for instance, assuming it hasn't collapsed. Let's try there first. If you would like to return to living memory, it will be my pleasure to run the launch protocols. Got it. I don't need to return to living memory. Oh. That's the edge of wherever you can walk, so this tunnel appears intact. So we have no way of knowing what it's like further in. Mind you, stay alert for beasts as well. Given the barren surrounds, they're surely ravenous. Mistwake! Graha, Yestola, Creel, and Sven, huh? So I'm gonna assume Graha is tank. Yestola and Creel are DPS, and Sven is healer. Am I right? Yep. I am in fact right. I mean, technically Graha can also be healer. Just as Sven can also be DPS. So, like, if I were to go tank, Graha would be healer and Sven would be DPS. Or if I were to go healer, Graha would be tank, and then Sven would be DPS. But, as DPS, Graha is tank, Sven is healer, and then you have Creel and or Yestola, depending on who you want to take. So, cool. Very cool. Let me just... My dad made hot dogs. His hot dogs are really not that great. Alright. Sorry, I wanted to eat before we jumped into this, so. The Mist Continent. Mistwick. Oh boy. Mistwake Petromole. Here itself is a natural formation, but this looks to have been maintained to some degree. Darn it, DPS. DPS, charge it in there. Before the tank. They do single target attack only, unfortunately. Well, no, somebody is clearly AoEing. Unless they were single targeting the one that I was multi-targeting. And then I switched to the other one because I thought that was the one that they were single targeting. Wow. Okay. These things are horrendous. My gosh. Frickin' Mistwake crawlers. Yeesh. No comments on how horrible those things looked? Figured the NPCs would say something. This is Electrope. This cannot have been abandoned since the war. Oh good, frickin' Spriggans. How to love Spriggans. I do wonder if they'll add any characters that are Vipers. Probably not. Like, I think if they were going to add a Viper as like a, you know, NPC, they would have done it. You know, at the beginning of this expansion and all. Okay, but like... God. Whoops. There's my... There it is. I could not get the UI to pop back up. It's because I wasn't hitting the button. The hide UI button is on my mouse. And apparently I just forgot that after I hit it, because I was hitting everything else except for the mouse button. I did try to look into a like MMO mouse, but unfortunately that just isn't a thing. With like a vertical mouse, so nobody makes vertical MMO mouses. Oh boy, a Catoblepus. Oh, okay, Graha. I mean, you know, I was ready to go in too, but I was still outside the purple line. You know? Fallen rock crumbles. What? Alright. The rocks are in fact legitimately solid. There's that. That was actually kind of funny. I figured it would be like the icicles in the Fenrir fight, where like you can still go through the icicles, but nope. These do be legitimately solid. Whoa, tank buster. An AoE tank buster at that. Might be a bad idea. Nice. Mistwake Visor of Maiming. Ha! But why? Oh, see it, Treno. I think it's a miss with that barrier. Derelict railway. They've got a barrier around the city. I bet you though that Treno here is going to be our actual like zone, like our patch zone. Ah! Again, I hate when I don't get through the whole combo. Golems. Oh, here's where the next boss is. Maybe? This is a single pull since the last boss. Oh no, that looks like it's only a path up there. That looked like a larger area. But I think it's just, but looking at the mini-map, looks like it's just a small path. Yeah, this is just a smaller path. I see it. Treno Thoroughfare. Oh, so Treno's going to be where the boss is? That's interesting. Definitely can already see how people are going to pull this, though. Like, no question. People are going to pull all the way to here. Heck, if it hadn't been for the NPC stopping, I don't even think I would have realized that these two groups were separate, like, groups, you know? I think I honestly would have thought that they were the same group. What the frick? Amadusius? The frick is it? It's like a horse. It's like a weird freaking like dragon horse. Interesting. Where the ether flows, everyone. Nope, where the ether flows, everyone. Boom. This is an interesting boss. It really is. Galloping Thunder. What? Hang on. And boom. Those ones explode. Not difficult. Mudsius. Now for the rest of the city. This wake with wrist wraps of casting. I mean, they're nice gloves. Vendetta quarter. How many come we fight hand in hand? Well, I mean, thank you. Those people are fighting. We must aid them. That and Trail sound very similar in my voice. So it's fine that I just said both their lines with the exact same voice. That said, I do listen back sometimes and think like, am I does it sound like I'm doing voices to other people? Because I feel like I don't hear the voices that I'm like doing when I like listen back to myself. I never know, like, if I'm actually doing different voices or if it just sounds like it to me during the recordings. Because, you know, you sound different, like, to yourself than what other people hear, right? Because, like, you hear your voice through, like, the bone and stuff. Yeah, like the bone and the bone of, like, your skull and such. And so you sound different, you know, in your head than you sound to other people. Got you. Wondrous heavens. What must we do? We kill! It's a Jabberwock! That's great, dude. Oh look, it's Jiggly Man! The Mistwake Spirit. It's freaking the Jiggly Man. Yes, he's back. Yeah, he's jiggling my window again. But it's a new window this time. That's one of the bits from the Game Grumps observation duty. It's something similar to that anyway. I definitely didn't say it exactly, you know? But it's fine. Run it, DPS, running in there ahead of the tank. I can make the joke because I'm the DPS that's running in ahead of the tank, you know? Alright, boss time. What we fighting? Bird! Survivor of Storms, Thunder Gust Griffin. Your friends are for shelter and grave danger. For to fight it, this is the best place to do so. Mapping the realm, Mistwake. Oh boy. Drank the arena on us. Thundering roar. Okay. Ow. Oh crap. Get to the center. Also, can I just say I love this whole directional disregard mechanic. Like, it makes the boss not it makes all of your like positionals do damage as if they're not positionals. Progress fail. Oh my lord. That was almost my death. Like, guarantee you that mechanic gets me regularly in the real fights. Like when we're, you know, doing it with like other players and such. Why? Holy crap, Sven! Standing in the one spot that was safe. Freaking standing in the one spot in the middle of all that. Like, wow. Hey, Final Fantasy IX victory music, I assume. Just like they did with FF4 when we went to the void. Nice pants. I might use those. I think those look better than the ones I got. I might use that for glam. At least if I stick with the current glam that I have anyway, which I am liking, so.
狩りに協力してくれたお客人方に感謝を忘れずにな。それじゃあ復旧作業開始。
Exuberant voice。
お客人方ってもしかして私たちのこと？
トレノの町現存していたようね。想像していたよりもずっと立派な佇まいだわ。
確かにこの辺りはかなり整えられてるが、
はい、
災害から時間が経っているとはいえ、これほど雷に侵された荒野で暮らしていくのは並大抵のことじゃなさそうだ。
障壁が街を覆ってる。小規模だけどアレクサンドリアのものと似てる気がするよ。でも魔物に破られてる箇所もあったし、万全な状態ではなさそうだったね。だとしたら危険と隣り合わせの生活をしていそうだけど。
まあまあ、お客人だなんて一体何年ぶりかしら。
Thunder Sevens. I love it. It's Milalas! Ah! Clicked too late. So many Milalas.
私はトレノの長宮入と申します。同胞たちを代表してご協力に感謝を伝えさせてくださいまし。
Old Bebby. Like, they look like Bebbies, except that, you know, she's got like all the wrinkles and such. So it's like old baby. They're old baby. You know? It's great. Huh?
失礼を承知でお尋ねしますけれど、もしあなた様はアレクサンドリアの。
ご挨拶が遅れました。アレクサンドリアから参りましたスフェーンと申します。
やはりもう何十年も前のことになりますが、アレクサンドリアへ向かった同胞から奇妙な連絡があったのです。正直に申し上げますと半信半疑でしたのよ。けれどあなた様はまるで肖像画の中から出てこられたかのよう。どういったご事情があるのか分かりかねますが、お会いできて光栄ですわ、スヘン様。立て続けに申し訳ないのですけれども、あと一つどうしても伺いたいことがあるのです。アレクサンドリアに何が起きたのでしょう。
それは私たちの国が消えた件についてですよね。
Yeah, all of Alexandria just poof.
音信不通になってしまって、使いの者をアレクサンドリアへ向かわせたことがあったのです。そうしましたら、障壁どころか建物の残骸すらなく、まるで空間ごと切り取られたかのように消えていたと。
Yeah. Just all of Alexandria went poof in an instant to them. I have no idea that it got transported.
障壁に囲まれた土地ごと別の場所へ転移しています。民も国も消滅したわけではありません。その点についてはどうかご安心ください。詳しいことは私から順を追って説明します。その間トレノに滞在する許可をいただけますか？
お話を伺いたいのはもちろんですけれど、何より皆様はこの町に力を貸してくださった恩人ですもの。どうぞごゆるりとなさって。ではスフェン様は奥のタウンホールへお越しくださいまし。
五根の霊輪があるし、ここは障壁に守られているけれど、スフェンは麻痺症状を発したことがあるから体調の変化が心配だわ。私は彼女に付き添うから、あなたたちは町の様子を見てきてはどうかしら。
クルルの目的を考えれば、確かにそれが良さそうだ。早速行ってみるか。
あなたもそれで構わないかしら。
No, none at all. Go ahead and explore.
お言葉に甘えて気を使ってくれてありがとう、ヤシトラ。ミアイリ様、はじめまして。私はクルルと申します。お恥ずかしながら私はトレノのことをあまり知らなくて、復旧作業のお手伝いがてら住民の方々から町のお話を伺ってもいいでしょうか？
もちろん問題ございませんわ、クルルさん。お手伝いの方も人手が多いに越したことはありませんもの。先ほどの放送を流していた孫のルムルを訪ねてみてくださいまし。今頃薬湯の配布をしているはずですわ。
ルムル。
ありがとうございます。ではルムルさんのところへ行ってみますね。
Yay! Now we can explore the city of Trino! Cool. I like that that since Endwalker they've been able to do this, where they add new zones. You know, World of Warcraft does that with every patch, but FF14 has never actually like done that. But since Endwalker, they've been doing that, which is really cool. If you're enjoying the flowers, a plant doesn't always bloom, but I think lifting everyone's spirits is more than worth the effort to find the seeds that do. Nevertheless, I'm relieved these weren't trampled by the beasts. It took ages to get looking this healthy. Yeah, a place that's this freaking rich in lightning. I can believe that it would be difficult. Life isn't our new friends. Thanks again for making short work of our foes. If you've gone to the trouble of seeking me out, I can only assume it's for good reason. You want to help me? Odd, but I'll consider it. For anything else, though, must insist you drink our signature remedy, Sleepless Rhapsody. Everyone's a fan. You may find it the teeniest touch too sour for your tastes, but it'll set you right. Just tip it down your throat.
なあ、どうだった？ミララ族伝統の薬湯の味は？
Refreshing. Sour. Refreshing.
お、ちゃんと効果が出てるみたいだな。
My warrior of light will like it. Though I am curious to go back and look at some of the others.
栄養補助ゼリーの味がするわ。甘いと思って食べたら
Nutritious.
すごく酸っぱくて。
ああ、あれなあ。わかる。あとは疲れてる時にライナが手配してくれた闇色シロップ。それと同じくらいのとにかく強烈な酸味だった。
ラハ君、人に心配かけないような生活した方がいいわよ。あら、なんだか急に疲労が取れてきたように感じるわ。
これ消耗したエーテルの回復が早まってるのか。
その薬湯にはな、高ぶった精神を落ち着けてエーテルの回復を促す効能がある。あと雷属性への偏りによる悪影響も少し和らげられるんだぜ。
なるほど。だから魔物の襲撃があった後はみんなでこれを飲むようにしているのね。
遠い昔にミララ族は自然豊かな場所で暮らしてたんだ。その頃から続いてきた伝統的な薬湯の文化が今でもトレノには根付いてるのさ。お客人方に薬湯ですっきりしてもらえたならよかったぜ。ってわけでミララ族の町トレノへようこそ。お客人
Tornado. That's how they say it. So that's how it is said. Tornado. I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? Well, I'm Lumel. I'm Lumel. That was me announcing our victory earlier. Since Grandmother sent you to help with repairs, you'll know I'm her grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any problems the people of Treno have. My favorite kinds of work include taste-testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, searching for lost possessions of immense value. Oh, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yay, more useless materia. We now enter Mistwake with NPCs. Lumel is not yet ready to release you to the sweet meditations of manual labor. Yes, the repairs. You certain you want to be put to work? If you've come all the way out to visit us, you must have had more important things in mind. And you've already helped protect the city. Actually, our goal was to ascertain the present state of the Mist Continent. The whole continent? Did you come from across the sea? Not exactly. We've actually come from Alexandria. Alexandria? Are you quite sure? No, sorry, of course you're sure. It would be rude of me to doubt you. It's not every day that we get visitors, let alone from a nation that up and vanished. Now that must come as something of a shock. This is our first time in Treno, and we should like to get to know the city and its people. That is why we propose lending a hand to those in need. I see. In that case, Why don't you help distribute this remedy to the rest of our people? Ordinarily, everyone would have already come for a cup, but the fiends made quite a mess this time. Might be a while before some can step away from their work. Never fear though, even if their hands are busy, they'll be more than happy to spare a few words for fascinating folks from afar. They would appreciate that. Thank you, Lummel. You're the ones doing me a favor, honestly. Here, take this batch. I'll deliver some to Town Hall so you can attend to areas you haven't seen yet. If we split up, we can spend more time speaking with the locals while ensuring everyone receives the remedy promptly. Could you each take a portion? Of course, I haven't had my fill of conversation yet. Rest assured that I can handle pouring liquid into a cup. I too should be glad to dole out a few servings. Wonderful. Let me divide this up. Sandra, why don't you make rounds of the southern part of the city? Vaha and I shall tend to the north. Right, let's go and acquire some insights. Of course I'll have to attend to the south. It's the only part I can reach. Must be one of those visitors Lummel mentioned. Hot place to be visiting, though. Sleepless Rhapsody. The grounding herbal remedy formulated to ameliorate the effects of lightning exposure. Exposure, not exposure. Guaranteed to free weary townsfolk of their torpor. Oh, you came to deliver the remedy? Thank you kindly. I was hauling beast carcasses in for processing, and copped a good dose of discharged energy for my troubles. Brought on the Levin sickness something fierce. Still, we don't go hunting outside the barrier, so we don't want to waste any part of the creatures that find their way in. Pelts that are highly charged with lightning ether are the most valuable, of course. Tan them with the right stuff and you can turn them into productive clothing that keeps you from getting zapped. The beasts you felled will all be put to good use. Thanks again. Cool, cool. Very cool. You are that mighty monster slayer I saw earlier. It's an honor. And you've brought Sleepless Rhapsody. Bless you. Dead on my feet after that battle. Don't usually have that many beasts breaking through at once. Practice keeps one's skill sharp, though, so in a way I'm glad for it, and I learned a thing or two from watching you. Oh, I can hardly wait to get to work on my grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improved geometries. Thoughtful application of new learning is what keeps our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. Because it was the Milala that created arcanism. That's the fresh face if I ever saw one. And what's that in your hand? It's Sleepless Rhapsody. Oh, don't mind if I do. Safety inspections take priority, but the battle doesn't feel over until I've had a cup of Sleepless Rhapsody. Proud to say that I have my own small part in preparing it, too. The herbs come from my very own growery. One of the greatest discoveries of our time is that seeds carried in by invading creatures can be cultivated into remarkable plants. Plants with the potential to mitigate the lightning's effects. And with as many hides as we have this time, not to mention stomachs, it's entirely possible we'll find new varieties of herbs among our harvest. I'm sure that the game will make me wander around all over the place. But I figure, you know, come over here and take a look for a moment. There's a path that way, but we can't go any further, so... Yep, no flight. No, not too surprising. Don't ask me how this works. Going upstairs on a motorcycle. Cool, cool. Yeah, that's where the first boss was, so... Or the second boss, rather. Cool. Between the three of us, we ought to have covered every area aside from Lemol's. One of the people I spoke with asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned yet. In the meantime, shall we discuss what we've learned?
いろいろと聞いてきてくれたのね。ありがとう。私は薬刀を届けがてら負傷者の治療をお手伝いしてきたの。ミララ族の治療魔法はスフェーンの魔法とそっくりだった。彼女が教えを受けた家庭教師がミララ族だったのか。あ、それに魔導書と魔文の話は魔術との類似性を強く感じる。どちらも南洋諸島の魔法体系が源流なんでしょうけど、二つの世界で同様の発展をしてきたのだとしたら興味深いわ。
クルルが在籍していた魔法学部のやつらが聞いたら、我先にと論文のテーマにしそうだな。
それでラハ君はどんな話を聞けたの？
倉庫番と話してトレノの物流について教えてもらった。霧の大陸には他にもごく少数ではあるが残存している集落があるらしい。そことの主に貨物列車でやってるそうだ。ただトレノに魔物が侵入した影響で今は途中駅に緊急停車中。安全装置が働くとしばらく動かせないらしい。あとは回路も時折使うものの総じて流通する物資は少ない。ほとんどが自給自足でどうにかやりくりしてるって話だった。
物資は限られ、環境的に麻痺症状を抱える人も少なくない。魔物は侵入してくるし、それで負傷することだってある。けれど話してみると誰もが前向きで、この環境と折り合いをつけながら今を懸命に生きているわ。
どんなに過酷な環境だったとしても、そこで人が生きている限り、未来への希望が絶えることはない。だからこそ明日が少しでもいい日になるようにと街を整備して線路を敷いて、きっとそんな人々の思いが積み重なってこの街は続いてきたんだろうな。
トレノはたくましい街ね。
おかえり、ルムル。何かあったのか？
それがまずいもんをなくしちまったみたいでさ、探しながら戻ってきたんだけど見つからなくてよ。
Drop something.
もしかしてこれのことかしら。薬刀を届けに行った時に預かったのよ。あなたの持ち物のはずだから渡しておいてほしいって。
The heck is that?
わあ、そうそう、それだよそれ。預かってきてくれて助かったぜ。
その機械、探知機か何かか。
お、もしかしてこういう機器に強いタイプか。こいつは魔物探知機って言ってな、障壁内に侵入した魔物を検知する道具なんだ。
ああ、だから魔物が倒されてすぐに狩りが終わったって放送を流すことができたのか。
そういうこった。魔物はもういないが、こうやって起動してやれば。
ね。It don't work. Uh.
やばいやばいやばい、また壊したって怒られる。
Like I said, it's very animated. I love that.
妹のエアネに会ってみないか。エレクトロープ技師をやってるからいろいろ話も聞けるぜ。
もしかしてその機械も妹さんが作ったものなの？
そうなんだ。ここの住民からも頼られてる自慢の妹で、怒ると怖いけど客人が一緒ならそんなに怒られないはず。いや、手伝いが必要な作業があるかもしれないし、トレノのエレクトロープ事情も聞けるだろうからさ。頼むよ。
かわいそうだから一緒に行ってあげましょうか。
Goofy music. Rip. Poor Lumel. To work. Lumel is vibrating with nervous energy. At the moment, Ayane should be waiting just past that park. Well, let's be off before anyone changes their mind. Poor Lumel. I love him already. Like, I love everybody in Treno so far. They're all great. It's Iani.
魔物の討伐を手伝ってくれたお客人じゃないですか。先ほどはありがとうございました。お兄ちゃん。
What did you do?
いや、だな。実は魔物探知機の調子が
また壊したの？エレクトロープが足りないっていつも言ってるのに、何度も故障させられてたらそのうち修理できなくなっちゃうよ。
Poor Lumel.
本当にごめん。お兄ちゃんが悪かった。けどほら、お客人も来てることだしさ、今回は多めに見てくれよ。
I love them. They're great.
兄が無理を言って同行を頼んだみたいですね。本当にすみません。ご迷惑をおかけして。大丈夫よ。ルムルさんにはお世話になっているもの。それに復旧作業でお手伝いできることがあればと思って。お兄ちゃん、まさか魔物探知機を壊した上にそうではなくて、トレノのことを知るために私がお手伝いを申し出たの。それであなたが技師だと聞いたから、この町のエレクトロープ事情を教えてもらえたらなと。なるほど、そういうことでしたか。
さっきエレクトロープが足りないって言ってたが、確保が難しい状況なのか？
慢性的な資材不足でほぼ再利用頼みですね。生活に不可欠な道具が壊れてしまった時はジャンク品のエレクトロープを使って修理しています。本当は老朽化した町の障壁も修理したいんですけど、まとまった量のエレクトロープが確保できず、棚上げ
供給源だった近場の採石場に魔物が居座っちまってな、長らく稼働させられてないんだよ。
We cleared out several of the beasts from the mine, so.
採石場、それってここへ来るときに通った場所じゃない？
Indeed, and it should be clear of hazards now. I took care of the beasts in one fell swoop.
まさか魔物を倒してくれたのか。ひとひねりな感じで。
Your mind is clear.
それってつまり採石場はもう安全ってこと？やったー！
だったら兄ちゃんが採石場を確認してくるからさ、魔物探知機の修理は頼んだ。
もうしょうがないんだから。本当に採石場まで行くつもりなら気をつけてね。そうだ、もし採石場を再稼働させられたら障壁管理所までエレクトロープを送っておいてもらえる？
魔物を倒したと言っても町の外だからな。護衛として同行しようか。
そいつはありがてえ。本音を言うと一人で行くのは心細かったんだ。
じゃあ護衛はラハ君にお任せして、私たちはエアネさんのお手伝いをしましょうか。
Sure thing. I already love this story arc. I entirely forgot to ask your names. Do forgive me. I'm Creel, and this is Cassandra. Accompanying Lumel is Grahatia, our own technology enthusiast. It's lovely to meet you. Feels strange putting you to work, but I'd be lying if I said I don't need the help. In the wake of an event like this, I presume a great deal of labor is required to restore everything to working order. Volume of fixes that need making is one matter, but I could handle it if it weren't for these legs of mine. Paralysis flares up at the worst times, I swear. I can manage a bit of shuffling from one station to the other on a good day, but I usually leave racing around the city to my brother. With him off to the mine, though, someone else needs to take care of the lightning sprites. They're drawn to the discharged ether of slain creatures. I'd offer you the detector to make tracking them down easier, seeing as Lumal has managed to break it yet again. I do have this, though. Toss them at a sprite and you can suppress its ability to sense ether nearby. I usually gets them wandering out of the city towards more fertile ground. So we needn't fight them? We find it safer not to. Unthreatened, they'll cipher energy from facilities we need to keep our medical services running, or emit bursts that overload nearby systems. For the same reason, I recommend you stick to thoroughfares that will allow you to spot them well in advance. I'd hate for you to be injured while helping us. Understood. We'll want to split up again to cover more ground. Are you ready to go? Yay! Time to deal with some lightning sprites. Though you scan the area thoroughly, you see no lightning sprites. I mean, I did just come through here a moment ago, so it's not too surprising. Yet no more lightning sprites here. Hey look, lightning sprites. Oop. There they are. Lightning sprites. The time to test your tossing arm has arrived. Alright. Okay, they're not like moving around and I have to be like careful or anything. I do wonder if I like need to not get too close to them. That guy just disappeared. Poof. There we go. I keep forgetting that last patch they made it so that you can mount while you're moving. It's a nice change. I just forget that it is a change that was made. You know? They are gone. You're back. Are there many sprites? Just a couple. That's a handful on your route then. Could be worse. Still, it's important to keep the city free of them. We're much obliged. Yanni seems concerned for Creel in her heart. Feels it's taking a while. Being due to the city, if something were to happen, she wouldn't know where to go for help. Would you check on her? She started off in the direction of Town Hall. Nope, I figured it would actually take me towards Town Hall first. Though there are several diminutive folk about, none appear to be Creel. Perhaps one of them spotted her passing through. You're looking a mite lost there, lass. Aught I can help with? Have you seen a woman in a yellow hood? Looking for a Milala friend of mine. Milala? Seen quite a few of them today. But if she's a friend of yours... I presume you mean Creel. Had a grand old chat with her earlier. Not to mention she saved my hide. Can't believe I missed that lightning sprite till it was right on top of me. Thanks to her that I got out unscathed. I'm a bit awkward striking up a conversation after that. It's been a while since I talked to anyone I hadn't known my whole life. She's a kind lass, good at putting folks at ease, like Miali. I quite enjoyed telling her about the city. When we were done chatting, she went off toward the canal. I had a touch of melancholy about her, though, and I wasn't sure why. I didn't think it was something I said, but I knew that if it was, saying more wouldn't help, so I let her go. I reckon she'd welcome the company of a good friend right now. Probably feeling it because, you know, all these people that are, you know, essentially her people and all. It makes me stand up, but, oh well.
もしかして探させてしまったかしら。
Good shot.
エアネさんから頼まれていたことは終えたのだけど、少し考え事をしてしまって。その話を聞いてもらえる？私ね、迷っているのよ。原初世界と耐久世界。私はどこに根ざして生きていくべきなのか、そんな問いを抱えていたのだけど、忙しさを理由にして考えるのを後回しにしていたのよ。
I can understand that.
でもようやくプリザベーションの騒動が落ち着いて、ふと考えてしまう時間が増えてきて。最初はね、自分の出自がどうであれ、原初世界で生きていくのは変わらないと思っていた。バルデシオン委員会のことだって放り出したくはないものだけど、リビングメモリーで両親と出会って、第9世界出身という実感が湧いてきた途端、原初世界を選ぶことに対して、両親や生まれ故郷をないがしろにしているような、 そんな後ろめたさが芽生えてしまったの。ぐるぐると考え続けてしまう問いに答えを出したくて、第9世界のことを知ろう、出自と向き合おうって思ったのよ。
Nah. Now that you have?
どうかしらね。他の人たちは急に外からやってきた私たちに対しても少し話せば気持ちのいい感情で答えてくれるとてもいい人たちだわ。それを知り、彼らの苦境も知ってなお、私は変わらず原初世界で過ごしていていいの。
ああ。
私の帰るべき場所はどこなのかしら。
Thank you for listening. I'm a little less afraid to face the answer now, whatever it may be. When I find it, I hope you'll be there. If I've kept Ayani waiting long enough, let's hurry back. Aww. I love Creel, man. She's such a great character. You know? Like, even if she wasn't voiced by my favorite Japanese voice actress, like, she's still a great character. I'm glad you're both back safe and sound. Now we can relax till my brother does the same. With your friend escorting him, he can't get himself into too much trouble. Unless he tumbles down the stairs into town again, I suppose.
そういえば、町のことで気になっていたのだけど、障壁の近くはミララ族向けの小さな建物ばかりなのに、どうして中心部の方は違っているの？
ああ、市街地の中心は一番古い区画で、昔はヒューネ族やエレダイト族が暮らしていたんですよ。
つまり彼らが築いた町に異界からやってきたミララ族が住み着いたのね。
当時のトレノの長は私たちの祖先を快く受け入れ、郊外に居住地を築くことを許可してくれたと言われています。
でも今もここで暮らしているのはミララ族だけよね。
来航大戦末期に悪化した環境に耐えかねて、より安全なアレクサンドリアを目指して立ち去ったそうです。大国と違って当時のトレノには障壁もなかったので。でもスフェーン王の家庭教師を務めていた同胞がアレクサンドリアから障壁の技術を持ち帰ってくれました。こうして今もトレノが存続しているのはその方のおかげですね。
そんな経緯があったのね。
So all the other races went to Alexandria, and the Milala stayed here.
私たちは以前ある場所でミララ族の歴史にまつわる記録を見たの。そこにはミララ族の故郷が常夏の理想郷であることや、氷の災厄によって生活が困窮し、こちらへ渡ってきたという経緯が記されていた。そしてこうも書かれていたわ。彼らの中には故郷へ帰ろうとする者もいましたが、それは叶いませんでした。 祖先を逃避させた黄金の道は決して開くことがなかったのです。エアネさん、もし故郷への道が再び開くことがあったら、その先で凍りついた海が暖かさを取り戻していたのなら、あなたは帰りたいと思う？
うん。
常夏の理想郷というのがどういう場所なのか見てみたいって気持ちはあります。と言ってもあくまでも知的好奇心の類なので、そこへ帰りたいという感情とは少し違うかもしれませんね。私にとっての愛しき故郷はトレノですから。結局いつか帰ってくるのはここなんだろうなって思います。
エアネさんは本当にトレノを大切に思っているのね。
この世界へと渡ってきた時、当時の巫女様はこうおっしゃったそうです。苦難の中にあっても追い育て咲き誇れ、隣人と手を取り合い伸び育て地に道よと。
ああ。
ミララ族はトレノの人々という隣人と手を取り合い、苦難の中にあってもこの地に根付いて懸命に生きてきました。だから帰るのはここがいい。思い入れがあっておばあ様と兄がいるこの町がいいんです。
ふふ。
縁の主がどれほどあったとしても、帰るところを定めるのはそういう思いなのかもしれないわね。
ふふ。ああ。Toward trouble. Creel is speculating as to the cause of your allies' delayed return. Hillier, you said that your brother couldn't get into too much trouble if he was with Raha. How much trouble is that precisely? I don't think they ought to have returned by now. Conversely, I hadn't expected to see the two of you again so soon. Take it Miali's curiosity is sated? For the moment, I gave her a brief account of the situation in Alexandria, as well as events involving the key. She was most interested in the latter. In fact, it seems she knew of the relic long before we did, and wishes to discuss it with everyone. Would you be able to join us? I should love to go straight away, but we are awaiting Raha's return. As we speak, Miali herself is making her rounds to the city. We have time. Wait at the meeting point.
Tadaima! 無事に採石場が再稼働したぜ。障壁管理所にちゃんとエレクトロープを送っておいたぞ。
Nice.
二人もこっちへ来ていたんだな。話は終わったのか？
ひとまずはね。実は 鍵に関する話を聞けそうだったのよ。だから一旦あなたたちを呼びに。
Well.
避難警告。避難警告。こちらは鉄道監視システムです。貨物船上に魔物の群れを検知しました。
Uh-oh.
グラシャラボラスが
The DOOMTRAIN is approaching. Uh-oh. Aw, snap.
確かリンドブルムの走行列車だったよね。スフェン、詳しいことを教えてもらえる？
Yeah, there it is.
アレクサンドリアと対立していた隣国リンドブルムが軍用の魔物を戦場に運ぶ。
DOOMTRAIN。
輸送中の魔物が暴れないように機関車に魔法生物を宿らせて制御してると言ってた。魔物グラシャラボラスは対戦が終わった後も雷属性のエーテルを糧にして暴走状態で走り続けてるんです。今では進路上にあるすべての命を引き連れた魔物と共に
Veritable calamity on rails。
のような存在に。数年前にもトレノに接近してきたことがあって、私たちの両親も含めたくさんの犠牲が出ました。
Oh my。
私、障壁管理所へ行って設備の修理をしてきます。
バカ言え、そんなすぐに終わる作業じゃないだろう。魔物が入ってきたら走れないお前には逃げきれないぞ。
それでもやるよ。大切なトレノのためなら。
おい、エアネ。
よし、今度はエアネの護衛をしてくるか。
Right。
私も一緒に行くよ。エレクトロープ技術なら少しは知識があるし。
DOOMTRAIN。
戦えない俺じゃ妹を守れない。
グラシャラボラスの方もどうにかして時間を稼ぎたいわね。
暴走状態で走り回ってるやつの相手なんて無茶だ。お客人にそこまでさせるわけには。
Trust me, we can handle this. Well, now I have to do it.
あいつとやり合うんだったら一つ方法がある。ここから少し離れた場所に貨物駅があってな、そこに止まってる列車を使うんだ。
そういえばラハ君が言っていたわね。トレノが魔物に襲われて貨物列車が途中駅に緊急停車したって。
グラシャラボラスがトレノへ向かってるならあの駅を必ず通る。鉄道監視システムの検知範囲から考えれば今から急げば先回りできるはずだ。
あらかじめ進路上に貨物列車を走らせて迫り来るグラシャラボラスと相対速度を合わせて迎撃するわけね。
追いすがられる形にはなるけど、立ちふさがって暴走列車に跳ね飛ばされるよりはマシだな。
It's true。
エアネは大事な妹なんだ。あいつのためにも時間を稼いでやりたい。お客人が本気でグラシャラボラスとやり合うって言うなら貨物列車の運転は俺が引き受ける。
ルムルさん、
貨物駅に向かう手はずは整えておく。準備ができたら町の入り口まで来てくれ。
DOOMTRAIN. No one can stop a speeding weapon of war. It's Cassandra. For we must also recognize the threat posed by its company of beasts. Its influence is so powerful that even as it barrels ahead, enthralled creatures continue to follow it, and the train may gather additional minions as it draws near. So telling how many will charge Trainos Gate, so we should prepare for the worst. Perhaps Yustola and I ought to remain on guard here. I'm inclined to agree. Sandra, while you remove the head of this metal serpent, we will attend to the defense of the city. Among other things, we must do what we can to ensure the citizens get to shelter before the fight begins. Godspeed. Of course. Because, you know, there had to be some way to split them off from me so that I can then use Azum's crystal. So, and I was literally just thinking, like, okay, how do they split Yustola and Creel away? Because, like, otherwise, you know, that's two people. Got it. Yep, that works. Which means it is time to utilize Azum's crystal to summon some allies. Right. Place we're headed is the Bentini Depot. Bentini Depot. Although Trenor has its own railway station, our assailants from earlier left it in need of significant repairs. Thus, we'll be taking a hover cargo. My friend here has volunteered for the mission, and yes, I did explain the dangers. The cargo's equipped with a portable barrier, and frankly, I'm great at my job. I guarantee our safety during the ride. What happens once we get to Brittini, well, that's your problem. Certainly is. Let me know when you're ready to move out. Where we call home. Lumo is resolved to meet the DOOMTRAIN head on, but would prefer to depart before he can think about it any longer. Ready? And our fearless operator will help you aboard, and make for Brentini with all haste. I'll have us there in a flash. Do keep any limbs you're attached to and would like to remain attached to inside the vehicle. Oh boy. There it is.
よし。それじゃあ改めて作戦を説明するぞ。お客人にはこの列車の最後尾に乗ってもらう。で、俺は先頭の機関車両で運転な。グラシャラボラスはかなりの速度で走ってるから、列車を止めたままにしてたら追突されて吹き飛んじまうはずだ。そうならないためにも早速出発するぜ。大丈夫。どうか、妹のために、トレノのためによろ。
Of course. Hell on Rails, now accessible. Oh boy. Really? 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 Are gonna get disconnected right at the freaking point when we're about to start the fight. This character was not properly logged out. Logging character out. Please wait to log in again. Ah, boy. I wonder if I'll have to do that cutscene again, since it like kicked me out right at the end of the cutscene. Okay. Freaking whoever's DDoSing the server on freaking release date, like, maybe don't be freaking, you know, dumb and mean for no reason. Like, come on. Oh, hello, cat. Well, I will be right back then, while I wait. We've reloaded into the cutscene immediately.
お客人にはこの列車の最後尾に乗ってもらう。で、俺は先頭の機関車両で運転な。グラシャラボラスはかなりの速度で走ってるから、列車を止めたままにしてたらそうならないためにも早速出発するぜ。大丈夫。うまいこと追いすがるあいつに速度を合わせてみせるさ。どうか妹のために、トレノのためによろしく頼む。
Alright. Hell on Rails, now accessible. Of course, they, you know, just came back to here. But, truth be told, we're probably going to end up waiting at least a moment on queue, you know. Oh, I can't actually get onto the train. I figured it would at least let me walk on the train, you know, on the flatbed here. Oh well. So now we see how long it takes because, you know, the freaking DDoS just knocked everybody out. So, a bunch of people probably still logging on and then having to queue, and so, like, there isn't trials roulette that people are, you know, queued into. That's just, you know, waiting kind of thing. So we'll have to see just how long it takes. I guess, since we're waiting, I'll do a little pause on the VOD. And we'll be back as soon as Hell on Rails becomes available, which hopefully won't be too long, since we're waiting on 2 healers, it looks like. Excuse me, hour and a half. I had an hour and a half before I ran out of time on TCG. There he is. Siege engine, the Doom Train. So that's interesting. So one reason that it's interesting that it is called DOOMTRAIN is in the interview with Yoshi P about it, okay, I see. He mentioned that it was called Gracia Labolis. Apparently in like the original version, like the Japanese version of the game. I assume 9. Oh. Hey look, it's freaking what's it called? Oh, I see. Okay. Kitana Revel. It's the Kitana Revel dude all over again. That's a tank buster. Bang! But on a mission. Gotta go down, I assume. Yep. Take the express. Okay. I see it. What? Whoops. Oh well, it's fine. Here's Unlimited Express again. Whee! Runaway train. Oh, you're transported. Yo! Yo, this is sick. Like, legit. Okay, so the red marker follows the tank. Interesting. Because the red marker is a tank buster. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yep. Oh, hi! I love that! That was awesome, dude. Oh my! Yo, this fight rocks already. Derailment siege. Whoa! Dodge it! What this happens? I don't know, do we LB3? Woo! Whoop! I think I dashed through the teleport. Get on a mission. Lightning Express! Woo! Ah, nope, I actually did get hit on that. Never mind. Battering arms. What happens when we run out of freaking flatbeds? Flat cars. Hit it harder! I see. I think this is just the final flat car. Doing it. Got him. That's how you take care of a doom train. That was awesome, dude. I loved that. That was so cool. That was so fun, dude. And now the Doom Train will never threaten anybody again.
一生分の勇気を振り絞った気分だったぜ。それにしてもまさかグラシャラボラスを倒しちまうなんて。お客人は本当にすごい人だな。
I'm actually surprised though that they didn't do the Asm's crystal thing.
ちゃんとお礼をしたいところなんだが、今はまずこっちの状況を確認しないとか。
That one really was just a, oh, we brought friends with us. Which is fine. It's just, you know.
南の方にまだ魔物の反応があるみたいだ。お客人、戦い続きで本当に申し訳ないんだけど、あともう少しだけ頼らせてくれ。
No problem. I mean, I literally just saved your entire town, you know, from the Doom Train. Like, I think I'm good to help further. I have to believe that Iani will be safe with your comrades while we attend to matters elsewhere. I'll see to the wounded. You try not to join them, alright? Your progress in the battle will be saved at certain points in the event that you are defeated. You'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note, if you enter battle associated with other quests or log out, the progress is lost. Oh boy! One of these duties. Alright. Friggin' just finish the Doom Train into one of these. Short time ago, I think it said. I was slightly looking away, but I sort of read it. Hello there. Bang! Bang! Go Creel!
Ah, 助かったよ。ありがとう。川沿いの道にも魔物に襲われてる奴がいた。どうか彼らのことも。
分かったわ。すぐに向かうからタウンホールの中へ避難していて。
RP duty?
守ってみせる。必ず。
RP duty? Ooh. Do I get to play as Creel? I do! Awesome! We got water and we got normal combo, we got AoE combo, butterfly motif, and healing. Okay. That was cool. Get him, Creel. Bang! That's such a cool move. It really is. Balloons! Thanks. Scared? Who? Me? That's such a cool move, dude. I always love these RP dungeons like this. This was a mechanic in Mabinogi that I really loved. That I was like, I wish they would do it in Final Fantasy XIV. Where you get to actually play as and like fight as like other characters. And I love that they started doing this in 14. So scared I couldn't even move. Silly, isn't it? My wife and I will be making for town hall straight away. You have my word on that. I'm determined to check on everyone. I won't complain. But do be careful. Come on. Careful. Fire!
どうしよう、俺たちの家が。
いけない、急いで消火しないと。
Extinguish the fire. Nixie motif.
ちょっと借りるわね。
What sort of magic was that? I've never seen the like. Priorities. Yes. Could run away, and we can talk about it later. Was it you that put the fire out? How will I ever thank you? How do we know it won't be spreading any further? Can all take shelter until this is over.
助けられてよかった。あとはもう大丈夫かしら。今の声、この奥ね。
Hey, we finally get to come over here. Hi there.
ここは私が。あなたたちは今のうちに避難して。
Boom! That's so cool. I love that move. Oh my. That's a lot of dudes. That's alright. We got this. Boom!
これで全部よね。片付いたかしら。
Nope. That's Behemoth. Oh, good.
Behemoth?
Electro Behemoth. Oh, you stole her?
間に合ったわね。
無事でよかった。
エアネが設備の修復を終わらせてくれた。あとは障壁に雷力が行き渡るのを待つだけだ。
みんなありがとう。障壁が復旧するまでもうひと踏ん張りね。
You will fight as yourself. Sounds good to me. Let's do this.
まだまだ戦えるわ。
頼りにしてるぞ。来る。
Greater behemoth. I just noticed. This isn't just a behemoth, it's a greater behemoth. It's fine. We fought King Behemoth before. And that's even stronger, so... The solution.
全部吹き飛ばしちゃって。うまくいってよかった。カウム島での経験が生きたわね。
Oh dear, ecliptic meteor.
雷力が勢いを増している。何か仕掛けてくるつもりだわ。
本当だ。雷のエーテル界まで発生してる。ヤシトラ、スゼン、力を貸して。私が防いでみせるわ。
それならあんたと俺とでエーテル界の対処に回ろう。
ル感がどんどん増えてる。お願い、あと少し。みんなこの子の後ろに避難して。
So cool, dude. So cool. So cool, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, お疲れ。大活躍だったじゃないか。
Mind me never to stand in your way. Right?
ありがとう。ヤシトラ、どうしたの？
障壁が復旧したようだわ。
Nice. Ooh. Youch.
障壁内の魔物が一掃されたぞ。しかもあのクラシャラボラスをお客人が破壊してくれた。それからエアネが障壁の復旧に成功。これで魔物は街に近づけない。もう安全だぞ。
クラシャラボラスを倒した？
エアネちゃんすごいわ。
皆さんご無事でよかった。
うん。
アライラ。
うん。
クルルさん、あなたアライラという人をご存知ではない？
ん？
どうしてその名前を？母のこと知っているんですか？
おうん。
ごめんなさい。まずは手当てが先ですわね。ア あらいらの話はお客人方が調べている鍵にも関わること、場を改めてお話しさせてくださいまし。大丈夫、そんな顔をなさらないで。あなたにとっても悪い話ではありませんわ、きっと。ルムルったら喜びのあまり作業開始の号令を忘れていたみたい。皆さん、ひとまず被害状況の確認を始めてくださいな。私も状況を確認しつつタウンホールまで戻りますわ。手当てが終わりましたらそちらでお会いしましょう。
さてと。
For the delay then.
そんな治療してもらうほどじゃ。
早く宮入のところへ行って話をしたいのでしょ。だったら転ばず歩けるようにちゃんと癒しておかないと。
I would rather have not tumbled to the pavement in front of half the city. I'm none the worse for wear, thanks to Yustola. What of yourself? If you have any hurts, we can tend to them now before we see Mialia. Into the mist! Dark City Treno, Dawntrail. Creel is ready to hear from Miali. Where is she? Curious, isn't it? I want to know, more than anything. Yet part of me is still terrified. Having come so far, I can't turn from the truth now. If everyone is feeling up to it, let's go and have our answers. Oh boy. What will the truth be? What is it that we are about to uncover that will be so important that there is an entire patch still, and then this somehow all leads into the actual next expansion? Like, what the frick, dude? What the frick?
それでは順を追ってお話ししたいと思うのですけれど、最初に皆さんへ明かすべきことがあります。我々はミララ族の伝承に語られる巫女の一族、そして私が当代の巫女を務めておりますの。巫女の一族はこの地の長として同胞を率いながら故郷へと戻る術を探す役目を担っておりました。けれど世界をつなぐ力を持つとされる秘宝は願いに応えてはくれなかった。先代の巫女だった姉はとても悩んでいました。そんな折プリザベーションが彼女に協力を打診してきたのです。
うん。
私たちの一族は秘宝とされる遺物を受け継いでいてね。
それが鍵と呼ばれるもの。私たちは世界が雷の力によって衰退していく中で伝承を再現し異世界に逃れられないかと考えたわけだ。だが努力も虚しく世界をつなぐ力は発動できなかった。プリザベーションが接触してきたのはそんな時だ。
うん。
同じような話をしてもらいました。記憶から再現された両親に。ミアイリ様は母の妹なのですか？
And to be Ali。
そしてあなたもまた巫女の一族の一人であり、私の姪ということになりますわね。プリザベーションの企てを阻止するために鍵と娘を手放して遠ざけることにした。それが姉夫婦から届いた最後の連絡でしたわ。スフェーン様とヤシトラさんのご説明を聞く中で、その後鍵がどうなったのかはおおむね把握しております。
ミアイリ様、いえ、おばさまは鍵を取り戻したいとお考えですか？
私たちトレノのミララ族はもはや鍵を求めておりません。ここに根を下ろし生きていくつもりですのよ。もとよりアライラが手放すと判断した時点で我々の元に戻ってくることはない。あれはそういうものなのです。ただし姉は鍵が悪用されることを防ぐため、己の命と命よりも大事な娘を手放しました。それを知る私は鍵を持つ者に問わねばなりませんわ。あなたが世界をつなぐ力を扱えるようになったとして何のためにお使いになるかし
ら。Explore worlds yet unknown to us, save lives, perform other such feats of heroism. I'm not sure, frankly. Use it to save people. And save lives.
そう。己の欲求のために用いるのだとも受け取れるけれど、あなたがなした行いを思えばその心配はなさそうですわね。人を害するような意図はないのだと、姪のお仲間であるあなたを信じましょう。
ところで鍵に関する資料はここに残っているかしら。
プリザベーションとの共同研究に合意したとき、アライラたちがすべて持ち出しております。今も残っているとすれ
Well,
ば。
we are still looking there,
やはり
so.
プリザベーションの研究施設を当たるのが最善ね。
シェールさんの調査が進んだかもしれないし、そろそろ向こうに帰って確認を。私、帰るって。こちらのことを帰る場所と思っていないとか、故郷をないがしろにしているとか、そういうつもりはなくて。
大丈夫。 大丈夫よ、クルルさん。生まれや血筋は時に人を縛りつけてしまうけれど、アライラとロボルがそうなることを望んでいるとは思えない。二人が鍵のことで奔走していたのも、皇族の者に一族の責務というしがらみを残さないためだもの。我々がトレノで生きていくことを選んだように、あなたもあなたらしく荒れる場所でのびのびと生きなさい。
うん。
はい。
でも見送りぐらいはさせてくださいましね。障壁近くでまた合流いたしましょう。あなたも知っての通り、その鍵は大きな力を秘めております。
ミュージック。
ゆえにこそ、時代も世界からも超えて、あまたの人々の手を渡ってきた。力を求める者の欲が鍵を引き寄せるのかもしれない。鍵が持ち主を選び渡り歩いているのかもしれない。けれど私は大いなる力の本流か、あるいは運命とも呼ばれるような何かがどうか気をつけて。運命は今あなたを見ているのだから。
Oh boy. That was an aura. There are only Milala here. Who the frick? Oh boy. Oh boy, dude. Oh boy. Oh man, I'm so eager to see where this goes. I'm already excited. Like, 7.4 just dropped, and I already want 7.5 to come out. This has been such a good patch, dude. It really has. I have loved this entire story, and I'm so intrigued to see where it goes from here. Like, Dawntrail is going to have to utterly drop the ball so hard next patch for me to even begin to think that this expansion has been bad. Like, it's been so good all the way through. I have loved everything about this expansion. It's been so good.
お見送りありがとうございます。
みんなを助けるために戦ってくれて本当にありがとな。
負傷者の治療もできる限りはしておいたけれど、しっかり養生するよう伝えておいてちょうだい。
それからグラシャラボラスのことも俺たちの両親や犠牲になった同胞の仇を討ってくれて本当に感謝してる。
障
壁を復旧できると信じて手を貸してくれて嬉しかったです。守ってもらえてるって思えたから安心して作業できました。それに皆さんのおかげで採石場も再稼働できました。それからグレルさん、苦難の中にあっても追い育て咲き誇れ、隣人と手を取り合い伸び育て地に道よ。根ざす場所が違ったとしてもお互い自分らしく咲き誇れるように頑張りましょうね。
ええ、その言葉を胸に刻んで私も励んでいくわ。
アライラの声も顔も記憶はどんどん薄れていって、今では強い決意を持って旅立つ姿が思い出されるだけ。けれどね、同胞たちと話すあなたの姿に彼女の面影が重なって見えた。
ああ。
もう二度と会うことはかなわないと、そう思っていた姉に再び会えたように感じましたのよ。何よりあなたに会えたことが私にとって大きな喜びですわ。
おばさま、
あなたに帰る場所があるのは分かっているけれど、ここもまた故郷の一つだと思ってもらえたら嬉しい。そしていつでも顔を見せに来てくださいましね。
はい、必ず。雷属性に起因した麻痺症状についても仲間が治療法を見つけてくれたから、皆さんに伝える準備を整えてきます。
まあまあ、素晴らしいお仲間がたくさんいらっしゃるのね。あなたの裁縫を心から楽しみに待っております。長生きしてみるものですわねえ、アライラ。
Wow. And we're back to living memory. Still feels a bit like I'm dreaming, but even should I wake, I'll remember it. I'll remember them. On a particular note, I'm more certain than ever Shale's work will yield vital insights into the key. I look forward to speaking with her when we arrive at Solution 9. If you don't mind, if we might first make our way to Resolution, Ghostin will be wondering about our absence. Heavens, yes! Apologize for keeping you from your duties for so long. Think nothing of it. More than happy to be a part of your adventure. Ghostin will forgive me once I tell him of Treno. And of course, we're going to resolution first because that's going to be the end. And it will be next patch. When we find out anything about the key from Shale. I mean, I do want to go to the Arcadian, but not yet. Freaking clicked on Arcadian on accident. That was funny. Nope, that's not where they are. They're over here by the other group of people that are gathered together. Ah, this explains much. I wondered why I had seen neither hide nor hair of your majesty these past days. May I ask where you have been? It's quite a long story. However stalwart your companions, traversing the mist continent with no knowledge of what awaited was extraordinarily reckless. That I cannot deny, but it availed us much to have the opportunity to resume diplomatic relations with a longtime ally. Excuse me. And as I did not, in fact, come to harm, all is well that ends well. If you feel compelled to go on any other excursions in future, I expect you'll notify me beforehand. Yes, of course. It was remiss of me. I apologize. Duty's call is most insistent. Nevertheless, whenever you require my aid, please do not hesitate to seek it. Hello, Shale. You're back. How'd it go? Did you find a way down? We have so much to tell you. Treno. I've heard the name. Incredible that it sheltered the Milala all this time. What's more, the mayor was able to share the story of the key from her perspective. She believes that the historical documents pertaining to it are stored in Preservation's archives. They could be, though our work isn't done yet. We've made progress on the decryption, so on my way to the containment complex to review the data in situ. In that case, allow me to accompany you. Though it may be incomplete, I should like to review the information available. We'll contact you as soon as we've made some sense of it. Of course. You know, 4 months from now when patch 7.5 comes out. That's fine. In the meantime, might I suggest that our Warrior of Light get a good night's sleep or two? Never know what manner of hellish technology will be after us next. And Creel, I assume you'll be wanting to familiarize yourself with the care and feeding of Porxies. Indeed, while I'm aware of the principles, I was needed elsewhere when the others were treating the Levin afflicted. Still have to ask Stola to instruct me. 'Tis the least I can do for my family. Aww. I intend to visit them whenever possible, but my home will always be here in the source. There's nowhere I'd rather be. And that's that. That is patch 7.4. Meanwhile, elsewhere, right? That's how that they always do that? Earlier in Treno. Yes, technically. Not a meanwhile elsewhere, it's an earlier elsewhere, but still.
さあ、私たちも忙しくなりますわよ。
Gotta set up for the next batch.
を再開できたことですし、食料プラントの増設も検討しましょう。
Especially because there's probably gonna have something to do with that aura. Who was that aura girl? There she is. Homework, huh?
まったく、それだけ目立っていればあいつじゃなくても目を留めるさ。お前のその角や鱗は霧の大陸じゃ珍しいものだ。加えて服装も極めて古典的。まるで俺が生まれた時代のトレノだよ。いつもの黒方へはどうした？
あんなの着てたらアシエンですって宣伝してるようなものじゃないですか。
Oh boy.
いずれは明かすことですが、時と場所は私だってちゃんと選びます。それに目立つ格好というのなら私よりもむしろ。
Homework. Oh yeah.
カリュクスさん、あなたの方だと思います。ますます小さくなって可愛らしいですね。
Oh my. I knew I recognized that name. Homerat is one of the convocation of 14.
冗談はさておき、私たちもじきにこの第9世界を立つことになります。今のうちに会いたい方などいらっしゃれば、肉体を調達してあなたの姿に作り変えますが。
必要ない。この上生身の体なんて得ようものなら、自分で自分の主張を殺すようなものだ。それに、お前たちのやり方で異世界に移動するのなら、どのみち肉体は捨てることになるだろ
う。ご容赦を。確かにアシエンが用いる転移魔法では、肉体を有したまま世界を渡ることができません。一度エーテル体になって次元の狭間を越え、行った先で肉体を再調達することになります。ですがご安心ください。何でもかんでもこちらに置いていってしまうわけではなく、多少のものならばこうしてクラックを生じさせて送ることができますから。もちろんお預かりしているあなたの本体も。
だったらなおさら今の姿のままで構わない。この人形程度であればクラックを通れる範囲だろう。 いちいち体を探さなくてよくなるし、物質界を見るための媒体なんて何だって構わないんだ。俺はただこの先起きることを観察できればそれでいい。
承知しました。では肉体の件は忘れていただくとして、そのままの姿であっても別れの挨拶をしたい方がいらっしゃるのなら会いに行くべきだと思います。あなたが敗北した以上、そして光の戦士様が今のままである以上、ここはもう滅びるしかない世界なのですから。
Oh, step. Mm.
俺は人の社会から死を取り去りたかった。誰もがそれを意味ながら諦めて受け入れていることがどうしても我慢ならなかったんだよ。そこに特定個人の顔はない。会いたいやつも別れの握手を交わしたいやつもいはしない。だからこそ人が生きる限り信じ続けるだろう。俺が生涯をかけて確立した技術がそれでもまだ誰かを救うと。
でしたら進みましょう。間もなく全ての世界を揺るがす異変が起き始める。私たちウィンタラーが越えるべき厳しい冬の訪れです。
Oh boy.
それはお前の見立てか？
Your ominous prediction.
いいえ、告げているんです。
Oh
星の意志
boy.
に変わる断りが。
Wow! That's fun! Wither blows fate's wandering will, for grey clouds presage winter's chill. I see. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Well, alright. So that's, happening. Yeah. Fun. Well, I don't even know what to, like, what, oh my gosh. Like, next patch is gonna have to be straight up terrible. In order for this freaking, like, expansion to end up being, you know, considered bad in my eyes. Because this is freaking, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, that is in fact it for patch 7.4 Into the Mist. God, man, I don't even, like, where do you go from here? You know, I was thinking just the other day that out of all of the Ashians that we had known were defeated, I was thinking Holmeret is one that we haven't had any kind of confirmation on yet. Like, whether they're around or not. You know, whether they were defeated by freaking us. I mean, obviously we hadn't defeated them, but you know, freaking Gaius had been hunting Ashians, and like we knew that a couple of them had been defeated by him. But there were still some that we didn't know about. You know? Logriff, Pastorot, Mitron, Nabrialis, La Habrea, Igiorum, Fendenial, Elidibus, Emmet Selk. We know all of them have been defeated in some capacity. Ultima, Dudalafon, and Halmret. Oh, and Emeraloth. Those four we don't know anything about, and whether or not they're still around. I mean, other than Halmret. When freaking we know Halmeret's around now. So, oh boy. Oh boy. Well, freaking winters and all that, you know? Freaking, yeah. Listen, it was a good patch. Freaking, I loved that it was Creel focused. I loved getting a chance to go to the 9th and see the freaking Milala and all that. Is that part of the... Oh, it is. Part of the Unlost world. Okay. I mean, it's just living memory here, but this is where, you know, the city of Treno was at. Oh yeah, there was a little section here that they added, along with a little section over here. But it looks like the actual city of Treno map is gone now, which is fine. You know, we're not meant to be going back there and all, but still. I mean, it's freaking 9:30 at night. I don't know if we'll be able to get into and complete any of Arcadian tonight. I mean, I guess we could try, and then if not, I can just like merge videos / VODs. So maybe I'll try. I'll think about it. While I'm doing that, though, for those watching the VOD over on YouTube, thanks for watching. If you're on YouTube and not over at and not here watching live, then I hope you enjoyed. You know, I hope people watching live did too, but I'm just saying. Yeah. Patch was good. Patch was good. Story was good. I can't wait for more. This game has not yet managed to disappoint. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm 100% willing to accept that some people were not happy with some of the story. Like, 100%. I don't have an issue with that. I just don't think this expansion has been bad at all. So, I'm sorry, but it's been a good expansion. 90% of the complaints that I've heard about this expansion is just like, well, they haven't resolved this thing yet. And it's like, duh! It's the beginning of a story arc. Like, duh, they haven't resolved things yet. Oh, also, repair all inventories button. I love it. Repair is complete. Awesome. Anyway, thanks for watching. If you've enjoyed, feel free to follow, subscribe, whatever. You can check the playlist for more episodes, streams, whatever. I believe there's a Dawntrail playlist somewhere. So I think I've just been putting these in the Dawntrail playlist. I don't think I've been putting them in post Dawntrail, if I remember right. So there should be a playlist that should be popping up any moment with the end card. Go check out the rest of Dawntrail if you haven't yet. And I'll see you all next time. See you later.